Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Today we are looking at the Vale of Arryn, which is sort of the conclusion of our short series looking at the major houses in the Vale. We looked at House Arryn itself, House Royce and House Corbray. Today we're looking at the Vale as a whole, picking up a few of the smaller houses, the Mountains of the Moon with the mountain clans, and just sort of trying to bring it all together. I wasn't here, if you're watching these live, I wasn't here last week because I was moving home, so I've got a slightly different setup, so hopefully it's all working. Bit of a better Wi-Fi, so hopefully that's going to be a little bit crisper, but maybe a few other things just will need a bit tweaking. But everything went well and all is good. So let's get straight into this. And talk about the Vale of Arryn, and we'll do this as we often do by looking at the map. This is quartermaster.info. I highly recommend you go and check it out. A wonderful interactive map of Westeros and Essos as well. So here we have the Vale. We've done a lot of the history over the last few weeks, so I thought what I would do was focus as much as anything else on the geography and all of the different elements that we've got going on here. The Vale is one of the most cut-off regions within the Seven Kingdoms, within Westeros. It's a bit like the North and Dawn in that there are only a couple of easily accessible ways in and out of this region. The first is the pass that goes through the Mountains of the Moon. We'll talk a bit more about them in a moment. And the second is ports, particularly Gulltown. Gulltown is a port just sort of on the southwest, really, of the Vale. You'll see there's a sort of a little promontory coming out, which is quite green and lush. And there, Gulltown is deep water harbour and really very close to Essos. So that's the broad geography. Going back way into history, we have the first men who arrive and they populate Westeros, and so the original human inhabitants here of the Vale of Arryn are first men, and so they set up, as elsewhere in the Seven Kingdoms, they set up these petty kingdoms. There are dozens of small kingdoms ranged across the Vale of Arryn, all the way through the ancients, or the dawn of days and the long night, right up to the time of the Andal invasion. Now, the Andal invasion, you can see on this map actually relatively clearly, I think, quite how close the Vale is to to Essos, particularly places like Pentos. That area around there, I think if you can probably see, it might even be labelled, yes, it's Andalos. That part there is known as Andalos over in Essos, and that is where the Andals come from. Now, why did they head across? Well, as we've said many times, we talk about the Andal invasion. Invasion is probably the wrong word. It's closer to a kind of a forcible long immigration, punctuated with lots of wars, clashes of civilizations, and marriages, and basically it's a takeover of the Andals, not in one fell swoop, but over many generations, hundreds of years, in fact. Now, why they headed over from Essos, we don't know for sure, but the clear implication of what we see and hear is that during this time, this is when the Valyrian freehold was starting to expand and to take hold of Essos. It had, at its height, most of Essos, certainly western half of Essos, was controlled by the Valyrian freehold, and you couldn't. They had dragons. There was no way you could fight back against them. And the Andals, like the Rhoynar, who go down, eventually end up in Dawn, they escape in boat by boat, basically town or village or group by group, head across the narrow sea there. And the first to end up at the Fingers, right up there in the northeast corner of the Vale. And I should probably clarify, just in terms of nomenclature, the Vale of Arryn, technically the Vale, the valley itself, is just, if you look in the middle, going from sort of southwest to northeast, there's this long green area. That is the actual valley, the Vale of Arryn. The whole region is colloquially known as the Vale of Arryn, even though technically it's just that one valley. Most of it is quite rocky, is quite mountainous. We have the Vale itself, some other lush parts off to the southeast, but then most of it to the west and to the north is quite mountainous or hilly. Anyway, they first come in, the Andals, to the Fingers, and then expand out and expand out and expand out. And as we looked at with particularly House Royce, if you remember, they were the last First Men kings that we had. They were the last bit of resistance, gathering together all of the First Men houses to face the Andals. And the First Men lost. The Andals, who were led by what then became House Arryn, they took ownership of the whole of what we now know as the Vale of Arryn. Obviously, it wasn't known as the Vale of Arryn before the Arryns were there. It was the mountains. You have the kings of the mountains and the vales and things like that. But it was basically lots of small petty kingdoms. Now, most of the First Men, once they'd lost that last battle, the Battle of the Seven Stars, they bent the knee, basically. And each house had a slightly different approach. Some just said, okay, you're the boss, we're no longer kings, we'll just go back and sit in our castle for a while, but recognize that you're in charge. Some of them married in with the Andals. But some First Men just said, no, we're not giving up our culture. Yes, we might have lost the battle. Yes, we accept that they are the powers now in this area, but we are not giving up who we are. And they went off to the mountains of the moon. And they stayed, they retained their culture. Their culture obviously developed because of where they were in the mountains, and they became known as the Mountain Clans. So when we get in the Song of Ice and Fire, we get Tyrion encountering the Mountain Clans. These aren't just random barbarians that he comes across. These are native people who lived in this land. Their descendants come from this land, and they got pushed out into the mountains by the Andals. So they feel as if that whole region is theirs. They feel disenfranchised. Although, yes, the mountains have been their homes now for hundreds, thousands of years, there is still, for the Mountain Clans, there is still this feeling that they were pushed out. Their real home is not just here in the mountains, it's all of the Vale of Arryn. So, House Arryn then ruled, and as I said, it's noticeable that, broadly speaking, from the Andal invasion through to the Targaryens, it's pretty quiet. Not huge amounts happen. The natural defenses, we've got the sea, we've got the mountains, they have protected the Vale from attack from wider afield. There is one significant, I would call it a war. This seems to have gone on for a long time, which is the war over the Three Sisters. Now, if you look on this map at the top, just above where the Vale is, there is the Bight, that big chunk of water, the north of that being White Harbour and the north, the south being the Vale. There are some islands there, particularly 3 islands, the Three Sisters. Now, what happened on those islands over time was that they were independent. And yes, they kind of had to accept over time the Andals and House Arryn's sort of superiority, but even to the point of where we get to in A Song of Ice and Fire, they've got a slightly looser affiliation than other houses do. They do pay obeisance, but they just they play a little bit fast and loose with it. They historically have been a place where smugglers, where pirates find a home. They tend not to, the sister men as they're known, tend not to venture much far beyond their own islands out into the mainland, and to the extent to which you can often tell somebody who is from those islands because they've got webbed hands. That's their distinctive characteristic, just a little extra bits of skin between their fingers. Now, they became the focus over a long period of time of war with the North. Broadly speaking, over time there had been quite a lot of kinship, I think, certainly between some houses in the Vale. House Royce is a good example here, and to the north. But there was definitely a time when the sister men took the Wolf's Den, which was White Harbour's fortress, ancient fortress, and the North did not like this. This was basically what guarded the North. You have the overland entrance to the north going through the neck, and then you have the sea entrance, which is White Harbour. There's a river, the White Knife River, which heads right up into the centre of the north, guarded by the Wolf's Den. When the Starks lost that, they felt vulnerable. So they went on the offensive. They then not only retook the Wolf's Den, but then they went further and they invaded the sisters, the three sisters. The sister men responded by then formally bending the knee to House Arryn, and the Vale and the North engaged in this long war, which in the long term basically left things at the status quo. What we're told, it's implied in the World of Ice and Fire, is that basically at some point the North just got a bit bored of trying to hold on to these islands, which weren't really part of the North anymore. So they just gave them up and went home. And the Vale decided that they didn't want to push it anymore, so everybody just stopped fighting. So that's the only real bit of action that we see happening in the Vale for hundreds of years until we get the Targaryen invasion. Now, when we were talking about House Arryn, we've talked about how this the Targaryens originally tried to take the Vale. They launched the House of Velaryon, had a fleet headed over. They got destroyed by the fleet out of Gulltown, and then Visenya on her dragon then burned the Vale's fleet, and it was kind of like a draw, really. But they decided a different tack. The Targaryens of Visenya flew up to the Eyrie, landed at the Eyrie, and basically Visenya then, having shown the power of the dragon, got the Vale to bend the knee. Now, this is, I think, quite important in terms of understanding the mentality of the Vale men, as they're known, but particularly House Arryn, which is that their home base at the Eyrie, on the top of a mountain, really hard to get access to. We'll talk about this a little bit more later. That they always think of this as impregnable. No army could ever take it. There's lots of castles across Westeros that are strong, that people say, well, that can never be taken. Nobody can ever successfully attack such and such a castle. When it comes to the Eyrie, with conventional forces, you have to say, yeah, that kind of makes sense. It's if you read that cat chapter when she's heading up in book 1, Game of Thrones, she's heading up there with Tyrion, her prisoner. It's single file. It's staircase carved into the mountainside that has to pass through 3 way castles. That you can only approach one at a time. And at some points it gets so treacherous you have to sit on the back of a donkey and let that pick its way up the mountainside for you. At the very top, there's not just like a gate or something, there's a huge gap between where you are, the last way gate, and the area itself. You either get there by climbing up this ladder, which is basically again carved into the mountainside, or if they let down this kind of swinging basket that you can get into. This is not an easy place to get into, and the word that they often use is it's impregnable. Nobody could invade it, and nobody has invaded it. Nobody's ever really tried, to be fair. And this has played itself into the mindset of the Vale men, and particularly House Arryn, that no matter what else is going on outside, first of all, you can shut down the Vale. You can close the gates of the moon, basically, and the Bloody Gate. You can shut off access into the Vale itself through the mountain pass. During winters, you can't go through the mountain pass anyway because it just becomes impassable. Then you can shut off access to your port, Gulltown, and you can try and keep the Vale away and shut off from the rest of whatever's happening in Westeros. But in particular, what you can do is you can just go up to the top of your mountain and nobody will get you there at all. Nobody can get you there. And this is what is going on in Lysa Arryn's mind through the first 3 books or so of A Song of Ice and Fire. She heads off there from King's Landing, and she goes there with her son, and she basically says, that's it. I'm safe here. Nobody can attack me here. We can just sit out the war, basically. No matter what people think of me or what we've done or what's happening, nobody can attack. We are safe here. And that is the mentality which has kept going through a lot of the Vale's history. Now, what you see when you start to unpick what happens in A Song of Ice and Fire, and you look at the various Vale houses, you do find that some of the houses are more willing to go along with that than others. House Royce, for example, in A Song of Ice and Fire, is very keen to be helping support the Starks and indeed the Tullys, their allies, but they don't have the power to get the Vale as a whole on board. So, we've got the Mountains of the Moon we've talked about, the Sister Men we talked about, a little bit about Gulltown we've talked about. It's worth pointing out that we get quite a lot of these houses that are, they're not in grand castles. They're often in inaccessible places, in hillsides, on rocky outcrops. House Baelish, very small. We see this in one chapter when Sansa heads off there with Littlefinger. We see House Baelish's castle. I mean, castle is the wrong word. That's far too grand. It's just this small keep on a rocky outcrop with just a few families in a village. A lot of the land mass is rocky and infertile. It's only that Vale itself and the small area around Gulltown, Runestone, that are lush, that can feed everywhere. And they do. that is where the agriculture is, that and enough is produced for all of the Vale. And the Eyrie, incidentally, has, although it is quite small as a castle, it does have a large granary. They just like dug it into the mountain, which I think can last. I think I read that it could last 3 years. This is a long time. So. The Vale itself, as a feel, is that this is an Andal place. There are still First Men there who are still clinging on to their heritage, but the feel of it is that this is Andal, because this is where and they pride themselves, it has to be said, as being the first part of Westeros that became Andal. This is the Andal culture, whereas down in the Reach they may have sort of perfected in some way the kind of the knightly virtues and everything like that. In the Vale of Arryn, they see themselves as holding on to the flame of the original Andal invaders, and that is why you get, for such a rocky place, you get this great cavalry, the Knights of the Vale, who are well known, renowned even, which you wouldn't think would quite work with such a mountainous area, but they do, because it's part of their culture that they brought across from Essos. In terms of its sort of size and military strength, we're told that they can pull together, if they need, maybe 45,000 soldiers, which is, George R. Martin has said, about the same as you might expect from the North or Dawn. So when we're talking about the Knights of the Vale, it's not that we're talking about this is the biggest army in Westeros. That's down from the Reach, incidentally. What we're looking at here is, it's kind of mid-ranking, but the strength of them is the fact that they have not yet become a part of the War of the Five Kings. Okay, I think that's probably enough in terms of sort of a broad introduction. I will approach this in the same way I do most of it. I'm going to try and probably keep this one down to a relatively short stream, so short compared to my sometimes epic length ones, but we'll probably get done in about a couple of hours today, I think. I've still got quite a lot of unpacking to do, but I will frame this around questions from my patrons, and obviously if you've got any questions, if you're watching live, do drop them into the chat. Let's bring me back up, and let's have a look in the chat. I think I did have some questions in the chat. Yes, so Marley, hi there, Mara. Great to see you, saying just a show of love and support. Thank you for the fabulous merch, stories, and excellent content. You're the best. Hugs to Dan the dog. Yes, Dan the dog, don't get too excited, but in the new setup, Dan the dog is just, he is behind me, the other side of this green screen. So the chances of a Dan, and he does have access now, the chances of a Dan cameo are higher than they were before. So if you're a Dan the dog fan, there is a greater chance of seeing him. And Marley, also, thank you very much. So yeah, super chat for the mods. Yeah, I will do an early thank you to my moderators. Moderators, you are amazing. I saw somebody in the chat earlier say that the best in the business, the best moderators, and I absolutely 100% agree. Moderators, if you're watching this live and you're in the chat, the chat is going so well, and you can feel safe from random trolls because the moderators do such a great job. And if you are there, could you please just show a little bit of love to the moderators? I would hugely appreciate it. Just having a quick flick through the chat. Okay, let's do some questions from my patrons. First up, a question from Diego Godoy. So, hi there, Diego, saying hola, hola to you. Could you please discuss the differences and similarities between the mountain clans of the Vale of Arryn and the northern mountain clans? Yeah, happily. There are similarities in that they are both based in mountains. They're both outside the house-based feudal structure that we see in Westeros in the Seven Kingdoms. But that's largely where the similarities end. Now, well, they're also both first men, I should probably say. That's another thing that they have to connect them. What we have in the northern mountain clans, and this is for those, actually, maybe we can get this up on the map just to show you. If we go to here, then we go all the way up to the north. There, right at the top of that, you will see the wall. Then there's some mountains, then a big wood. That's the Wolf's Wood. Winterfell is there just off the southeast edge of it. The mountains between that wood and the wall, they're the northern mountains, and that's where the northern mountain clans live. So they have accepted the lordship, as it were, of House Stark. They operate not as traditional houses. They are clans. There's a lot of them, Clan Nori, Wall, etc., that are up there, and they sometimes compete with each other, but tend not to be sort of at war with one another. They tend to be more opposed to the wildlings who attack from the north and the Iron Men who sometimes raid in from the west coast. And where they compete with each other is in hospitality. When you get, I think it's John who remembers when Ned went on a tour of the northern mountain clans. He was very well fed. Each place he went tried to outdo the last place that he was at to show that they could show even more hospitality. So they have got this almost exaggerated sense of the northern guest right idea going on there. They also, as I say, the Starks have given them quite a long lead, quite a long leash, in that they're not there telling them what to do all the time. They're allowing them their own culture. The Starks just let them get on with their own thing most of the time. But and they will protect them if they need to. The Starks will come up and they will help protect. So they are basically a culture within the culture of the North. They are a part of the North, ruled by the Starks. However, the Starks have kind of allowed them their own enclave of culture. Within the wider First Men culture of the North. The mountain clans in the Vale of Arryn are different. Their culture is different to the culture of the predominantly Andals who are now ruling the rest of the Vale. They feel disenfranchised. They do not recognize the authority. All the mountain clans recognize the authority of the Starks. The Vale mountain clans do not recognize the authority of House Arryn. And their sort of opponents are the Andals, are the other people within the Vale. They raid the road, the path that goes through the Mountains of the Moon. They sometimes raid the villages and towns as well. They would consider themselves to own all of the land, all of the Vale, not just the bit that they're in. They would consider themselves to be largely in exile, basically, in comparison to the northern clans who feel that they are in their home and they've got no expansionist ideas at all. So there is a there are clear similarities between the two. However, the situations are completely different. The Northern Mountain clans are okay with their situation in the world. The mountain clans in the Mountains of the Moon are not okay with it. Username redacted saying, is there any aspect of the Vale that you would like to see further developed or are particularly excited to see in the new books? Interesting. So I really want to see more of the politics of the Vale. I think this will be absolutely fascinating. We will definitely see this Littlefinger's plotting. I think the thing for me is that when we think of the Vale, the bits that we actually see and deal with are relatively small. We've got the Eyrie and the Gates of the Moon and Gulltown, Runestone. We know these places, but it's the mountains. I would love that. There's so much. The mountain clans themselves, we know some details, but we do not know huge amounts more. And similarly, the mountains heading more to the north in the Vale of Arryn. There appear to be fewer of the mountain clans there, but what's the culture like? There are fishing villages around the edges. Is it all a bit like we saw with Littlefinger, or are there differences? So I think I want to see beyond the Eyrie. If I had to find sort of a little bit extra to, and also Gulltown, which is intriguing because there are 4 cities, we're told, in Westeros. King's Landing we know so well. We've seen so much of King's Landing. Old Town we've seen a little bit of. Very excited to see a lot more of that in the Winds of Winter, whenever the Winds of Winter happens. Lannisport, I think we probably will see a little bit of at some point. But Gulltown gets mentioned a lot, but we don't really know huge amounts about it and how it operates. I'd be fascinated to know, as a city within the Vale, how that works. Martin S just saying good evening. Good evening to you too, sir. Great to see you. Brimpy Spingle saying, congratulations, you've just become a Maester. You can choose anywhere in the Vale other than the Eyrie or Gulltown to serve. Where do you go and why? Well, I think Runestone is probably the most civilized is probably the wrong way of saying it, but the most prominent of those other places. And question from Martin S. What role, if any, does the Vale of Arryn have in the House of the Dragon era? Well, quite a big one. We actually just this, I think it was today, we had our first official picture of Jane Arryn, who will be appearing in season 2 of House of the Dragon. Now, this is intriguing. I'll talk a little bit about what that might mean, but I have to admit I've forgotten the actress's name, but she looks really good just in that one image. It's hard to go off just one image, but she looks really good there. But what this implies is that we've got a few different routes in here. Why the Vale may be part of this plot, the plot of season 2. First of all, Jacaerys is sent off. We saw him sent off at the end of season 1, and in the book Fire and Blood. And I should just pause, if you're new to this channel, my policy here on spoilers is book spoilers are fine. The books have been out for a long time. Show spoilers are not okay. However, obviously, what happens in the books may well be what happens on the TV show. So if you want to stay completely innocent of any hints of what might be happening in House of the Dragon season 2 and beyond, this may well not be the stream for you. So in Fire and Blood, Jacaerys, he stops off at 3 places to rally support for Team Black. The first place he stops off is at the Eyrie to get the Arryns on board, and the Vale at the time is ruled by Jane Arryn, who seems like an indomitable woman, it has to be said, and she has, as well as having a family link across to Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra's mother was an Arryn, do not forget. Then Emma Arryn was her mother. Now, as well as that family link, we get Jane Arryn also has a kind of a political reason for supporting Rhaenyra, because obviously she is herself a woman who is ruling one of the 7 kingdoms, and the reason she is ruling is because she inherited ahead of a male candidate. Now, if she went with Team Green, she would basically be saying that the male, even if they're younger, the male should be inheriting ahead of the female, and that clearly wouldn't work for her. So Jane Arryn is a reasonably strong bet to be supporting Rhaenyra right from the off, to the extent to which when Rhaenyra shows her full new colours, it's quartered coat of arms. One of those quarters is actually the coat of arms of the Arryns, House Arryn, the falcon on the blue background. So that was the first time, and we probably will see them there. It's not a long visit, as far as we can tell. Jacaerys, he heads on up to, first of all, White Harbour and then Winterfell. Whether he will do that exactly like that on the show, we do not know. I suspect they will probably cut White Harbour from this, simply so as not to confuse people about going to 2 different places in the north. And the shot we had from the trailer seemed to be him at the Wall, not at Winterfell. So again, don't know exactly what that means, but he certainly does stop off first at the Eyrie. Then after that, part of the agreement that they came to was that the Blacks put a couple of their kids basically into the Vale, theoretically sort of to protect it, get some dragons going on there, but in reality it's just because they wanted to have their children in safe places. They also sent another couple of their children off over to Essos. That plan did not work, but yes, so Joffrey and Baela both survived very happily in the Vale in the Eyrie. So we should see the Arryns. They don't play a huge role here in the Dance of the Dragons, but it's more as a kind of a safe harbour as much as anything else. Chaos Ballerina. Is House Lips the worst House Sigil? Whose is worse? Well, let me just remind myself of the sigil of House Lips, which is just the lips. Now, is it the worst? I mean, I struggle to think of a worse one. It has to be said. This is something I'm going to throw to the chat, actually. If you can think of a worse official House Sigil than just a pair of lips on a blue background, then by all means let me know in the chat. I will happily look up any that you recommend. This is the sigils are actually one thing that George R. R. Martin, he's actually quite strong on. He thinks they're very important. And perhaps this is because in this kind of medieval feudal world, they were very important, particularly in warfare, showing whose side you're on. And this is one of the The three things, if you don't know the sort of the background, when he was talking to the creators of House of the Dragon, he was obviously asked, what is there anything particularly you're after? And he asked for three things. Thing number one was he wanted stronger and greater use of sigils in from the houses in the TV show. Second, he wanted the dragons to be clearly differentiated by color and things like that. He felt that in Game of Thrones show, then you couldn't always easily tell the difference between each of the dragons. And then thirdly, he wanted Jaehaerys II to be reinstated in the official Targaryen timeline, which they have. I mean, obviously this is before Jaehaerys II, which they have happily done. Why Jaehaerys II wasn't in the official Game of Thrones timeline is a whole other matter. But yeah, so he thinks this is important. The reason he thinks it's important because it was very important when fighting a battle to know who is on your side, because everybody would have been dressed roughly the same. The era of everybody being on, if you think of more Napoleonic era, or that kind of age where everybody had the same color top on if you were on one side, we're not there. Everybody had armor on, and the armor looks quite similar. And how do you know whose side you're on? Because you're holding up the sigil of your house, or the house that your overlord's house. And so that also showed your identity. It was a clear statement, as I've already talked from Rhaenyra, to be putting as part of her coat of arms, as it were, quartered, one of those quarters being House Arryn. That was quite a statement. And Aegon II, when he created his personal sigil, that's a golden dragon, which is Sunfire, his dragon. This was about him personally. It wasn't about his alliances or anything like that, which was what Rhaenyra was going for. This was about him personally. Username redacted. What was House Baelish's reputation in the Vale prior to Littlefinger's ascendancy to power? Would a foreign house founded by a sellsword be naturally discriminated against by the ancient noble houses? Well, yes. I mean, a little bit of background. House Baelish. So, House Baelish is a relatively recent house. This was in the Fingers, just right up the northeast, little rocky outcrops. They were called over. A sellsword by the name of Baelish came over from Essos, from Bravos, into the employ of, I think it was House Corbray, and they clearly distinguished themselves. This was Littlefinger's great-grandfather, and were allowed. His grandfather was made a lord for distinguished service. And when we say made a lord, he was given a really just like absolute, the lowest possible thing you could give somebody and still call them a lord. When you read that chapter, when Peter Baelish returns home, it's almost comical and he's there and he's meeting the people who've been looking after his home castle. He's been at the Red Keep, and there's thousands of servants, there's guards, there's a city attached to it. He comes here, there's like 3 people who are just like debating who needs to now go and look at the pigs, or do I have enough fire for the fireplace. It's just very, very basic. For somebody who, Littlefinger by this point in time, is an incredibly powerful and important person, but his home castle is just this actually quite run-down tower with a small village next to it with no particular economic strength in any way, shape or form. So that's what his grandfather was given, his father inherited, and then he inherited it from him. And to say that the other Vale Lords would look down on it. Yeah, but it's more that they just wouldn't even think about it. They would go, "Oh yeah, I think I've heard of that. Wasn't that the guy who came over and got made a lord?" So that's where it was. Now, Littlefinger's father distinguished himself in the War of the Ninepenny Kings and managed to get a very good fostering opportunity for his son, Peter Baelish, with the Tullys. Now, that was the big break for House Baelish, but it was out of the Vale. So he went over, and so what will the other Vale Lords have thought? Again, not much about this. Oh, okay, well done him. He's managed to get his son sent over there. Maybe that means that he could climb a rung. Maybe he can get himself a rich wife somewhere, and they can try and expand the Baelish Empire a little bit. That's not. Littlefinger himself clearly aimed higher, and thought that perhaps he could marry a Tully daughter who was on a social spectrum, and the feudalistic society of the Seven Kingdoms was very focused on the social spectrum, was way out of his league. There was no way that would ever be allowed, particularly by Hoster Tully, who had these two daughters that he saw as being his chance to be gaining great alliances by marrying them off to the great and good of the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. And when you look who they did marry, so Cat was engaged to the heir to Winterfell, and then eventually married Ned, and Lysa. He was negotiating or trying to negotiate a marriage to Jaime Lannister, the heir to Casterly Rock, and eventually he married her off to Jon Arryn. That was the level at which Hoster Tully was aiming. Littlefinger came in, would never have a chance, and so this was anger. When he was just like pushing his claim, there was anger. You're upsetting the order of things. So when he came back into the Vale, again, the expectation would be that he would just disappear back to his very small tower and just disappear from history. His rise up, so he then went to Gulltown and got a job basically in customs and excise, the import taxes and things like that, and that was because Lysa Arryn pushed for him to get that job. That was the only reason he got that. So House Baelish looked down on, but it's just not that it wasn't looked down, it was beneath care and notice most of the time. Andrew Kay talked about the Dance of Dragons, saying it doesn't come out until later, but Rhaenyra's mindset with females inheriting seems to be that it only applies to her, not women overall. Yeah, I mean, I would say to a greater or lesser extent, I think that's probably true, that she thought this was about her, she didn't think she was establishing a precedent for anyone else. But from Jane Arryn's perspective, that actually didn't matter. From her perspective was that she would lose the argument for why she was in power if she followed to Team Green. So it wasn't so much about what Rhaenyra thought, it was about what other people would think about Jane Arryn's perspective. Isabel Torian, just very quickly, I know this isn't Vale related, but why does Tyrion get so upset when he gets replaced as Hand? Wasn't he supposed to be acting Hand until Tywin could free himself on the front line? Yeah, I'll just very quickly answer that. And the answer, I mean, he is a bit entitled, you have to say. Love the character of Tyrion, but he is. But the main thing going on there is that he suddenly had been granted this great thing that he knew he was capable of doing, and he showed it was a success, and he did amazingly well. If you look at the Clash of Kings, that's just Tyrion's hero arc. He did amazing things there, and how does he get rewarded for it? Well, somebody tries to assassinate him. He gets forcibly moved out from the Tower of the Hand. Nobody recognizes the value of what he did. All these other people around him are getting rewards and new titles, and all that happens to him is he gets removed from the job that he thought he was doing very well in. So he just felt very bitter about it all. Nate Davis asking what the reason was that the Arryns built the Eyrie seems a little unnecessary, especially since they can't even live there during the winter. Yeah, it's true. So it is unnecessary. There's no denying that. What we're told is that they looked around at the other great castle. Having established House Arryn, now we're in charge of the Vale. They've got a castle at the bottom of a mountain. Great. But they looked around at the Seven Kingdoms and they saw Castle Rock, which is built inside this huge rock. There's Storm's End, which is magically fortified, never been taken. Winterfell, legendary ancient castle. And they're looking there and said, well, we need something like that. We need something that's better than all of these. So they did. That's why they went and thought, well, what have we got? We've got a mountain. We could build something at the top of this mountain. And it was viewed in two ways, it has to be said. Yes, this was what I was emphasizing earlier. This was a very much a defendable place. That was the idea, is that nobody can get us here. We'll hole up here and this is impregnable. But secondly, it was very much viewed as sort of like a pleasure palace as much as anything else. They are there in the summer and the spring. It's away from the rest of the world. It's made to be beautiful. It's white spires. I mean, the seven towers they're made from marble. They imported the marble from Tarth. They didn't even use local rock. They went to an island, I don't even know, hundreds of miles away, imported marble from elsewhere, brought it there to make it beautiful. So it's half impregnable fortress, half summer pleasure palace, and that's the kind of the feel of what they've got going on there. And it was was it an ego trip on behalf of the Arryns? Yes, but you also can't really argue that what they were left with was anything less than a beautiful and very defendable fortress. So unnecessary. Maybe they could have made their current place better defendable, but they went for something. They shot for, pun intended here, they shot for the moon, and yeah, maybe they could have gone for a cheaper option or an easier option, but they didn't want to. Andrew K saying, why do you suppose such an Andal proud house has a weirwood door, weirwood throne, and tried to plant a weirwood in their godswood? Is it First Men outreach? Yes, I think the answer, it's not that the Andals themselves, they don't worship weirwoods, but I think there's a couple of elements here. The first is weirwood itself. If you just view it as a material, then when a weirwood tree dies, then it turns to stone. It's really hard and it's incredibly durable. It can last hundreds, thousands of years. It doesn't rot or anything like that. So if you're going to make something to last, then weirwood is a good material to be using. Secondly, I think, three things. Secondly, it's a bit showy-offy. Is that there aren't many weirwood trees going on, and so if you're using weirwood, then you're showing the money, the power, the outreach that you have. And thirdly, yeah, I think there was clearly an attempt by the Andals. This wasn't the case everywhere, but certainly within the Vale, there was an attempt by the Andals to accept the continuation of First Men culture to a degree. They brought in wholesale Andal culture, the Faith of the Seven, the knightly traditions, things like that. However, there doesn't seem to have been huge pressure on people like House Royce to suddenly give up all of their old ways. So there was a degree of accommodation going on here, which I think is perhaps reflective of some of those choices. And actually, the weirwood tree, planting a weirwood tree, this is something that happened. It wasn't just here, it was in a lot of different places. The Andals often did this. This was in order to fit in with the local culture. If you have a castle, you have to have a godswood. That's just what you do. That's what Westerosi castles are like. And so they would have a weirwood tree. So this was just it wasn't part of their own faith, but it was a part of the fitting into the local culture thing. And as much as the Andals did burn down weirwood trees and all of those kinds of things, they gave little nods to allowing the First Men heritage and religion to continue. You just have to look at the story to see how they didn't wipe it all out. There's plenty of houses in the Riverlands. House Blackwood, perfect example. House Royce here. There's a lot of places where the First Men traditions carried on. Okay, let's go to a question from Mara Lee. Hi, Mara. Saying, we read about the fierce enmity between the Mountain Clans and the Lords of the Vale. What role, if any, will the Mountain Clans have with Littlefinger's political ambitions moving forward, especially with the Stark succession crisis and him wanting more power in the north and around Westeros? Well, my take with the Mountain Clans is and Littlefinger is I think he's basically going to ignore them. They we'll come on to this, but they will, I think, have a role later on in the story. But Littlefinger's high-level plan that he has is he is going to be marrying, as far as we're aware. This is what he said, and there's no reason, we shouldn't take everything he says at face value, but there's no reason to think that we shouldn't, because he was talking to Sansa. His plan is to marry Sansa to Harry Harding, Harry the heir. Poor sweet Robin will tragically die because he's so poor and sickly, which means that Harry the heir becomes Lord of the Vale, and Sansa then reveals herself as being Sansa Stark, and they then follow her up to reclaim everyone, thinking that the rest of the Starks are all gone. Arya has disappeared. Everybody thinks that Bran and Rickon have been killed by Theon. Robb actually was killed. So Sansa is the Stark heir, as far as many people are concerned. Put her up back into Winterfell, therefore gaining the north and the Vale, and technically Littlefinger is the Lord of the Trident, the Riverlands. So that's his plan. That doesn't really involve the Mountain Clans. He can just ignore them for the time being. Maybe he would try to incite them to take on some rivals or something along those lines. It would not surprise me if we find that of the Lord's declarant, basically the Lords opposing Littlefinger's power grab in the Vale, a couple of them will probably die in this year that he's managed to negotiate. It would not surprise me if one of them was from a raid from the Mountain Clans. Whether that was a real raid or a faked raid, who knows? But it's the kind of thing that happens so often in the Vale that you don't really question it. And you also asked about whether there's any role with the others and the Mountain Clans. I mean, my instinct, I don't think we're going to see huge amounts with that. We don't know how far south the others will get. Certainly we won't see this in the Winds of Winter, Dream of Spring, a long way in the future. The mountain clans, some Tyrion took some out, and some have left themselves in the Kingswoods, just south of King's Landing, but most of them are still there in the Mountains of the Moon, and they're not planning on going anywhere anytime soon. So they will only come across the others if the others come to them. Corvus Corax, could you talk about the mountain clans and the burned men's tradition of worshipping before and after the dragon left? Thank you for these live streams. They make working late nights better. Well, I'm glad I can be some company to you. Okay, so the burned men. There are lots of different mountain clans. I have so far basically been just talking generically about the mountain clans, but each clan has its own traditions. It's got its own culture. The burned men are an offshoot of the painted dogs, and they are an offshoot just after the Dance of the Dragons. And the burnt men, the reason why they're called the burnt men is that they have this coming of age initiation ceremony that they do, which is that they will burn off a body part. Kind of gruesome, but to show, I don't think we've been told whether this is women as well as men, but certainly for the men, we see that they often burn off a finger or a nipple or something that they perhaps don't need, but the more impressive a body part that you've burned off, then the greater kudos you get when you sort of go through this initiation ceremony to be a grown-up part of the burnt men. Now, the intriguing thing is, where does this come from? Where's this idea that you have to burn things come from? Now, we know that this happened, this offshoot, this new initiation ceremony happened after the Dance of the Dragons. What happened during and after the Dance of the Dragons that might have caused this? Well, we have a dragon living in the Mountains of the Moon. Part of this is sort of spoilers for the future of House of the Dragon. Nettles, one of the dragon seeds, and her dragon sheep stealer, they were close to Daemon Targaryen. And when Daemon and Nettles, they were, Rhaenyra decided that all of the dragon seeds, she couldn't trust them, and she wanted, she wanted to kill Nettles. Daemon eventually decided he would accept this ongoing challenge from Aemond Targaryen, and so they sat and had this discussion about what they were going to do, and Daemon said, right, I'm going off to take on Aemond. You head off to the Mountains of the Moon and hide out there. Rhaenyra won't be able to get at you there easily. The implication was that he would come and find her afterwards, but Nettles flew off on Sheep Stealer, landed in the Mountains of the Moon, and then we don't know the full story. We only just get little bits, and those little bits in Fire and Blood about how after the Dance of the Dragons, an expeditionary force was kind of like stumbled across her and Sheep Stealer and got burned, and then they flew off even deeper into the mountains. There were rumors of a fire witch in the mountains, and the clear implication is that she basically lived out her days. We don't know, because we've not got Fire and Blood Part 2. We don't know if there might be another twist on this, but the implication is that she lived out her days, and Sheep Stealer lived out its days in the Mountains of the Moon. And this offshoot from the Painted Men came to view her as someone to be to pay fealty to. Basically, she's this fire witch. She's got a dragon. This is impressive stuff, and so they brought her gifts, offerings, and they often, approaching a dragon, as you would expect, often got burned for it. And this, very clearly, one of the maesters did a whole study of this and came to the conclusion that this is where the burned men came from. This idea that you bring this offering to this fire witch and the dragon may burn you could easily shift over into, and this was a rite of initiation for people to approach the dragon to bring your gift and get burned, and this would show how brave you are. The more burned you got, perhaps this would show how brave you were, and even when the dragon had gone, that could get morphed into, therefore you get burned, you burn yourself. So that is how it worked. The painted dogs, we don't know huge amounts about their practices before this, so we don't know how close or far away from this this was, but after Sheepstealer presumably had died, certainly again, we don't know the details, but it is very clear that at some point in those years following the Dance of the Dragons, the 4 living dragons that we know that there were there did all die out, so that within the reign of Aegon III we have the last dragon. So this didn't last long, this didn't last decades. Sheepstealer died, and after that the burned men just carried on, but without a dragon. Andrew Kay saying that Daemon already knew that he had had enough already when he sent Nettles away, especially seeing what Rhaenyra became by that point. Yeah, I think that, that's a good bit of analysis. When Daemon, it's very clear when Daemon took on Aemond and Vhagar, the way that he ended that battle was in such a way as to ensure not just his own death, but the death of everyone, Aemond and their dragons. He just wanted it done, and he went there with that express intention. It's a small detail when you read Fire and Blood, but, and I hope they include this in the show, you kind of chain yourself onto a dragon. We don't see this huge amount, but when you're sort of climbing on, if you're going to be in battle or something, you don't just sit on the back of a dragon and hope for the best, cling on for dear life. You chain yourself onto the back of this dragon, so you're not going to fall off. And what we read as an almost throwaway detail in Fire and Blood is that Aemond did that and Daemon didn't. He deliberately did not tie himself in. He knew before the battle, he knew what he was going to do. He knew he was going to leap off of his dragon and onto Aemond and kill them both. The King's Road saying, "G'day, Robert. G'day. Can you tell us about House Templeton of 9 Stars? Where are they situated? Given their history back thousands of years and ability to retain power, why do you think they have remained landed knights rather than having a lordship?" Well, interesting question. So, House Templeton of 9 Stars. If you look at their sigil, it is sort of a cross, and on the cross you get, in the middle you get a big star with 7 points, and then 8 other stars arrayed around it, each with 6 points, I think. Now, where are they based? Well, we don't know, is the short answer. House Templeton of 9 Stars, the implication is we have, there must be a 9 Stars castle somewhere. George Martin has never told us. It's never appeared on a map anywhere that's come out in any kind of official capacity. So we do not know. They're somewhere in the Vale. The intriguing question we have is what you're asking there, which is why have they never become lords? Now, and this is... today we might see this as kind of like a technicality, because they operate as lords. They have, we're told, they can raise 1,000 knights which is a significant number. This is more than many lords can manage to raise. They clearly have lands. They clearly have people who sort of slightly lower down the food chain than they are within the feudalistic society, and yet they remain just knights and not officially lords, which kind of puts them at a lower status. Why? We're not told. We can only speculate. There must surely have been some opportunities over this hundreds of years for them to be becoming official lords. But my best guess is that they just thought, well, they don't need it. They seem very focused in on the knight who is the head knight each generation. They have like a cool name. They are clearly very, very martial. It's all about the brand and the being great fighter. If they then become a lord, they would then have to become involved in politics in the Vale. It may well simply be that they decide they don't want to get involved in all of this politics. They don't want to have to engage in all of that. They just want to be doing the thing that they enjoy doing and that they're good at. So it seems to be a conscious decision on their part, rather than a conscious decision on anyone else's part to keep them down. James Barus saying, correct me if I'm wrong, you've intimated before that dragons are the fire overall threat as the others represent the ice threat in A Song of Ice and Fire. What makes dragons existential threat on a par with the others? Yeah, I mean, as I say, it's not... so I've intimated before, I'm sure I have. What I've tried to do is put across what George R. R. Martin has said on this issue. At this kind of high level of what does A Song of Ice and Fire mean. Yes, we now have got these extra details about The Song of Ice and Fire is this song, it's this prophecy, etc. But clearly we have ice and fire as these kind of two opposing forces. I'm now just going to find a quick poem, which is Fire and Ice by Robert Frost. Now, the reason why I've just quickly looked this up is because George R. R. Martin has referenced this. He basically said this is the inspiration for him, and this is how the poem goes. Some say the world will end in fire, some say in ice. From what I've tasted of desire, I hold with those who favour fire. But if it had to perish twice, I think I know enough of hate to say that for destruction, ice is also great, and would suffice. There are many layers to that poem, as in all good poems, but one of the key points there is that both ice and fire can destroy the world. And that's where George R. R. Martin has got his inspiration from. And when you read his early kind of writings, when he was writing to his editor, his pitch for the story as a whole, it's very clear that you have these two existential threats to Westeros, being the others and the dragons, and that's the way that you can see Book One is structured like that. The others are shown in the prologue. The very first thing we see is the others. The last thing we see is the Dany chapter, when the sound of dragons cries appear for the first time in decades. So that's how he has structured it. Now, he could have shifted and changed these things over time. He may well have done, but the idea, the original idea he had at a very high level, is you get these twin threats to Westeros that are being ignored by the lords of Westeros because they're playing this Game of Thrones. And Book One, the original idea was Book One was going to be how you see this civil war around the edges, you can see that what's happening with the ice and fire threats. Book 2, we have the dragons arrive in Westeros. Book 3, we have the others. And that's the idea. And in order to achieve some kind of ending resolution to that concept, then you have to in some way push back, eliminate, get rid of the threat from both of them. Why dragons? Well, we will probably see this, I think, a lot more in the Dance of the Dragons. George R. R. Martin showing quite how much destruction dragons cause. This isn't just a matter of hey, yeah, okay, sometimes a dragon can get a bit of collateral damage going on. The dragons in George R. R. Martin's world, they can melt castles, they can kill people in their thousands. So is this an existential threat? Well, it's particularly an existential threat if, and this for me was one of the big shifts in House of the Dragon, which I can only assume had the thumbs up from George R. R. Martin, the much greater emphasis on the fact that even the Targaryens can't control their dragons fully. You get Vhagar was not under control of Aemond when we get the battle over the Shipbreaker Bay. Neither dragon was in control, in fact. So we get this clear moment, you get this deadly creature who is not in your control. So there we go. That's the it's not sort of me kind of insinuating. This is me trying to explain where George R. R. Martin has come from on this. Let's go to a question from Commander Ray. While their martial prowess makes sense, as the Andals had to force mountainous clans of First Men out of some difficult terrain, my question is what led to their identity and ability to have such powerful cavalry and maintain large populations of horses? And I guess the larger question is how the people themselves managed to also have a large enough population to field such armies. Well, yeah, it's interesting. So I think it's the knight culture that has come across from Andalos that has been retained. It doesn't really work in the mountainous bits, but in the valleys, and we do get this huge long valley, and we get also the area around Gulltown and Runestone where it is flat. That is where they can keep the knights, basically. So they saw as a part of their culture that they were bringing across. So why do they have a large enough population to field these armies? Well, again, I would just reiterate what George R. R. Martin has said, is that this isn't like a massive army that they can field. This isn't either the biggest army that there is in Westeros, which would be an army coming from the Reach, nor is it proportionately the largest given the size of the population, which is probably from the Stormlands, I would have thought. It's a good size army, though. So I don't think we should be looking at it. Gets emphasized a lot, the Knights of the Vale, but the emphasis is more of the fact that they have not been involved so far in the story. So when they come, they are going to be a huge army because they have not been involved in any battle. The army of the Reach, they were involved in the Battle of the Blackwater. They've been involved in a number of other skirmishes going on around the war. So the bigger armies have suffered losses. The Vale haven't yet. Let's go to a question from Magma Frost. Hi, Robert. You've talked a lot about Andal culture in Westeros in these live streams recently, but what do we know about what Andal culture was like in Essos? Why did they decide to migrate to Westeros? Has Andal culture survived in Essos, and if so, has it diverged from Westerosi Andals in the centuries since the invasion? So we don't get much by way of understanding what Andal culture was. This was where the Faith of the Seven comes from, so that played a huge part in it. We know that they fought and conquered what were known as the Hairy Men over in Essos. That shaking was Dan. And we know that they had developed this kind of knightly culture. So that's pretty much what we know. They slowly migrated away from Essos because of the expansion of the Valyrian freehold. And are there any left? Well, probably some. But what you'll find is certainly in the central part. Let's see where maybe we can get the map back up just to sort of show this a bit more. If we were to go, this here is Essos. So what we're looking at here, you get the hills of Norvos. Those are the things at the top. The forest of Cahor is that big sort of green area off to the right, to the east. Andalos is this area just south of these hills, the sort of the plains and lands there just south of the hills, but also north of these kind of flatlands where you get Pentos. Now, they kind of got pushed out by the Valyrians. Some will have stayed. In places like Pentos and the areas around there, you will get people who come from an Andal heritage, but not just Andal heritage. And what you will find is that the cities, the free cities here, we don't get the Faith of the Seven worshipped as their main kind of religion. You will go to places like Pentos and you'll find quite a mixed population, even more mixed when you get up to Bravos, quite a mixed population. The culture itself as a sort of easily definable entity it no longer survives in Essos. Now, if we zoom out a little bit more, you can see I'm doing this deliberately, zooming out here, so that you can see this vast swathe of light green here. That is the Dothraki Sea. Now, what happened after the fall of Valyria is there was this huge power vacuum, and the free cities were fighting amongst themselves, but the big winners from this were the Dothraki, who created the Dothraki Sea. There was plains and grasslands here before, but there were also various other cities and civilizations, and they pushed all the way up as far as Pentos, an extreme far west of Essos, and that therefore means that they will have gone through pillaging the land that was once Andalos. And so the last vestiges of Andal civilization that were not pushed out by the Valyrians, that did not settle in cities like Pentos, would have been in towns and cities around this area that from the Century of Blood was what it was called, the 100 years after the Doom of Valyria. During that period, the Dothraki basically wiped out civilization after civilization. Okay, let's go back to here. Right, let's have a quick check in the chat. Brimpy Spingle saying, tinfoil hat theory, Andals are descendants of the others, causing an unrecognized long night, as ever since they showed up, it's been night time with the K. Very good, thank you. Okay, let's do some, actually just halfway-ish, a bit over perhaps. The live stream, always try to take a moment to thank. We've already thanked the moderators who do excellent work, but patrons, thank you so much. This is how I can spend time doing things like this live stream, creating the videos that I create is because of your support. I hugely appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's go to a question from one of my patrons. This is Jay saying, "Hey Robert, what do you make of the Sister Men? What is their inclusion in the lore or events like the rape of the three sisters meant to show us? Also, are there other members of the Baelish family anywhere in the Vale or in Braavos? Thank you." Well, picking up on the second bit, in terms of any other members of the Baelish family, no, not in Westeros. Peter Baelish, as far as we know, is the only member of House Baelish left. And in terms of might there be some over in Braavos, in Essos, I mean, maybe, but that's now back 3-4 generations we're talking, so they wouldn't consider themselves part of House Baelish. What, from their perspective, would have happened was that a person by the name of Baelish was a sellsword, went over to Westeros, did good, and he got given a small patch of land with a tower and set up home there, and that's it. So they wouldn't consider themselves being part of House Baelish. Again, I think it's really important to emphasize when we talk of House Baelish, it's almost laughable to talk about House Baelish in the same way that you might talk about House Stark or House Lannister. This is not it's not a rich house. It's the lands are incredibly poor and incredibly small. It's basically just putting a title on something that otherwise would just be a small rocky outcrop with a tower on it. Then you also asked about the Sister Men. What's their inclusion like? I mean, I think one thing that it shows is that we get, and what George R. R. Martin has done is created a world where it's not always straightforward. The lines in terms of politics, the lines that we draw on a map here, not necessarily exactly where the lines of loyalty are. The Arryns rule the Vale of Arryn. They are the lords over the Sister Men as well. But the relationship the Sister Men have with the Arryns is very different to the relationship between the Royces or the Corbrays or whoever else have with the Arryns. The Sister Men think of themselves as separate. They're on the islands. They are physically separate from the rest of the Vale. They keep their own customs. They do their own things. They recognize the superiority of the Arryns simply as a matter of convenience, simply as a way that I think if they declared their independence, it would cause them a whole load of problems. So they still say, yeah, we pay fealty to the Arryns, but that doesn't really in practice mean much. And so I think what we've got is just an echo of what we have in the north, which is lots of different parts of the north. Their relation to House Stark is different. You get the mountain clans in the north who have a different relationship to some of the other houses. You have Skagos, which is technically in the north, and technically the Starks claim it and say that they pay fealty to the House Stark. In reality, they've just kind of said, okay, they can get on with their own thing. We'll leave them alone. If the Starks call the banners, they're not expecting anyone from Skagos to be coming along and helping them out, put it that way. And this is what we've got going on here, is just the same kind of thing for the Arryns. This is the Sister Men are just one of many houses with slightly different relations to the main house. Martin S. Were there ethnic tensions between Andals and First Men when the Andals arrived to Westeros, like there are in various places in the real world? Yeah, I mean, ethnic tensions definitely. I mean, if you're trying to say, ask whether this is based on more than just the fact that these people are coming in and trying to take land and things like that. Yeah, I think so. There was a culture war of sorts. The thing was, though, that how the Andals sort of came in, it varied, and their approach varied from Andal to Andal. Some of the Andals came in and literally just attacked people because they wanted to take that town or that castle or whatever it was. Others came in and tried to marry into families, and that was how they sort of got their way onto the continent. Others, they went in hard against, chopping down weirwood trees, hard against First Men culture. Others accepted First Men culture as being there and kept the weirwood trees and things like that. So this wasn't the same everywhere. And there were even times when the First Men and the Andals, we're told, actually found themselves on the same side. If you remember High Heart, that hill with the chopped down 31 weirwood trees that have been chopped down, the legend of that is that the trees got chopped down and the children of the forest who were there, partly by First Men and partly by the Andals. This was them both having a joint enemy in the children of the forest. So the approaches were different everywhere, and when you get across Westeros, you'll find that this is just the middle swathe, really. Dawn is completely different. Dawn, they obviously had the Royar is coming in there, but really with the Andals, it's just this swathe across the middle. The north didn't fall to the Andals at all. We're talking the Vale, we're talking the Riverlands, we're talking the Reach, and we're talking the Westerlands. That's the bit that we're talking about. But ethnic tensions, I think the answer is yes, is in the short version. Tasta saying, what do you think is the best way to impregnate the Eyrie, excluding dragons? And when we're saying impregnate, there's a lot of that kind of imagery of language. We'll come on to that in another question in just one moment. But what would be the best way? If you wished to attack the Eyrie, what would be the best way? Excluding dragons, because the best way is obviously dragons or some other kind of flying creature. I think there's two ways that you could theoretically. One is you might just take the approach that you just throw a lot of people at this problem. And yes, you can only go single file up a lot of this, but you could theoretically take out the first Way Castle if you just kept on having people going forward one at a time. You would lose a lot of men in your attacking force, but you could do it. So the first option is you just have a hugely, vastly outnumbering force and just point the direction and say go. It would not be a very effective way of doing it, however. The best way would be a siege. The Eyrie has got a massive granary that they've cut into the rock beneath them, but as far as we're aware, there is no secret pathway down inside the mountain. The only way down is to pick your way down that one pathway, work your way down, and that means that goods and provisions have to go up that same way. So if you took control over that one single pathway, near the bottom, so you don't even have to get near like some of these way castles, and you prevented any new provisions going in there. It may take you 3 years, but eventually the people inside would either have to starve or give in. So it's not a matter of attacking the castle. It's on the top of a mountain. They have limited supplies up there, and they have. I mean, I think the garrison. I think it's something up to 500 people, plus whatever lords and ladies and servants and anyone else who's up there. There's a lot of people up there. That's a lot of mouths to feed, and frankly, if you're doing this heading up into winter, stopping people coming down, they would then have the same. If they came down, they would have the exact same problem you would have coming up. They have to come down one at a time as well, and you can pick them off. So a siege is the short answer. Cursed Ballerina. Is Dolorous Ed actually cursed? Torgold Tollit beheaded Ursula Upcliffe, the witch of Witch Isle, in the Battle of the Seven Stars, and she curses him and his family for it. Is House Tollit still cursed? It's not something I've considered, I have to admit. Dolorous Ed does. I mean, he gets his nickname for a reason. He kind of sees the worst in things. My general take is that I can't see any evidence that he is any more cursed than any other member of the Night's Watch. They all go through terrible times up there, and the idea that Ed is having any worse of a time than some of the others, I personally don't buy it. This just kind of buys into their family history, the stories that they tell themselves about how they're down on that, and I mean, we all know people who think that the world is against them, and that can be passed down generation to generation. So my general take is that whether or not there was a real curse put on at some point many years ago, that's become a part of the way that the family self-identifies, that things are against them, and that has passed on to Ed. So it's one of those things where George R. R. Martin probably he'll never tell us exactly, but the important point is not so much whether it's true. The important point is how people react to it and whether they believe it. Rustler. Do the Knights of the Vale patrol the roads leading to the Eyrie, as we're often told of mountain clans attacking travellers? Do the Arryns ever retaliate for these attacks, or is it simply understood that it is a risk that travellers must take? Well, we see some journeys going through the mountains of the moon, and the short answer is that there appears to have never been an attempt to guard the route as a whole. No sort of a standing force whose job it is to be acting as these kind of highway patrol officers or highway patrol knights or whatever it is. That doesn't seem to be the case. When Tyrion and Bronn are let out from the Eyrie, and Lynn Corbray, incidentally, is the person who sort of sends them off on their way and says, and don't come back. Basically, what Lysa Arryn thinks will happen then is that it's just the two of them going down that road, that path, the pass. They almost certainly will get attacked, which tells you that yes, this is seen as just a risk that travellers have to accept. This is why when you get Kat heading there to start with, she hires people basically to come along with her, to guard her. She knows that if this was just her and Tyrion, then that they would get attacked, basically. If it's just a small group of people, they get a larger group, they would probably get by. So there's no, as I say, there's no sort of policing system going on there. That said, the raids do every now and then, and we read this all the way through. Every now and then, it feels as if the Arryns just think, well, we need to just throw our weight around a little bit here. We need to make sure that the mountain clans know that they can't just do this kind of stuff whenever they want to. So every now and then you'll just get all the way through history, and then they headed off to take out a few, or to push back the raiders or something along those lines. So periodically, from time to time, the Arryns and other houses in the Vale would take on the mountain clans, but the mountain clans would then just sort of go back up into the mountains and hide away. And as we've seen, the Knights of the Vale, they're knights. They're not these kind of ranger type sneaky, living rough kind of fighters. They're knights in armor on horseback. Mountains aren't really their speciality. You'd have thought maybe over time they could have developed some people who could head out and do this kind of stuff, but they didn't in the Vale. They stuck too strongly to their Andal traditions of knights in shining armor. So the short answer to your question is there are no particular patrol. I mean, maybe occasional patrols, but there's not like a standing set of people protecting that road. It is seen as a general risk. We've got evidence of that from Cat, who is aware that there's a risk. Lysa is aware that there's a risk. It is seen as a risk, and so you have to hire people to be going with you along that road. Commander Ray, channel member. If you're a channel member here, incidentally, I always try and encourage people to go to Patreon, which is the best if you wish to support this channel. Thank you if you do. That's the best way for you to support this channel. But if for whatever reason you can't or don't want to go there, but you do want to support, then channel memberships are available here as well, and you will get your comments sort of highlighted a little bit. Commander Ray saying, love being here for the amazing streams. Will we head west for the next region we cover? Shout out to the mods and hi to Dan. Yeah, I think next week let's do a Lord of the Rings one. We've not done a Lord of the Rings one for a while. Patrons, keep an eye out. I'll be asking you what we should be covering in terms of Lord of the Rings streams. But in 2 weeks, yeah, let's head back out west. I mean, maybe we'll go to the Westlands. We're sort of vaguely working north to south through Westeros. So we go to the Westlands, the lands of the Lannisters. What are the other important houses out there? There's we often don't really think about the other because we've not gone there much in the story, and the Lannisters are so powerful. But there are quite a lot of quite interesting houses over there. So we'll go and have a look, perhaps, over to the Westlands next time. Andrew K saying, speaking of Andal invasion, almost every threat seems to come from the east rather than the Ironborn. The west coast can often rest easy or at least have time to contemplate. Well, when we get to the Westlands, we'll see the threat from the Ironborn more. Obviously, when we've been looking at the Vale, then yes, the threats are coming from the east, and they've got a massive mountain range. When you come to the Westlands, it's kind of like a mirror image. They've got a massive mountain range as well, which protects them from the east, but from the west, you get the risk of attack from the Ironborn. So, the difference, if you're looking for the difference, is that from the east you've got a massive continent with lots of different people who may have lots of different reasons for wanting to attack or raid or anything like that. To the west of Westeros, it's just the Iron Islands, and then seemingly endless sea heading west beyond that. So, although the Iron Islanders are a significant threat, there's less of them. And if the head, the leadership of the Iron Islanders at the time is slightly less militaristic, then yeah, maybe you can rest for a little while. James Boris, do you think we get the Others Have a Point storyline? There's a lot of popular theories that Arya brings about the end of the Others' invasion through undoing past wrongs, undoing the magics of others. Pardon me. Well, I mean, there's a lot to unpick there. Will we get the others have a point storyline? I don't think it's going to be that clear cut. I think we will understand why the others are doing what they do. And I don't think George R. R. Martin is going to keep them what they are at the moment, which is this completely ununderstandable threat from the north. We don't know anything about them. We don't know where they come from. We don't know what they want. I think we will learn more things about the others as the story reaches its conclusion. My instinct on this is that, yes, there will be a matter. Arya being involved, I think that's sort of jumping the gun a little bit, but she may be involved, but I don't think that the key point is there. I think the key point is what you said there about undoing the magic. Where all of this started, big picture stuff, where all of this started is with this idea that Thanatos, the world of ice and fire, it's out of kilter. Something's gone wrong. If you look at the first edition of Book 1, A Game of Thrones, the back page, the blurb on the back page, before this was a thing, before anyone knew anything about it, George R. R. Martin ticked off, maybe even wrote himself, the blurb to entice people, to show them what this story is going to be about. Starts with the sentence that I can never completely remember, but it's basically saying, way back in the mist of time, a powerful magical event sets the seasons out of balance. Then it goes on to explain the rest of it. That is the starting point. That is we've got so used to this idea that we get these seasons out of balance. We have winters that last for years. We have summers that could last for years or just a couple of months. We're so used to that as the background. George R. R. Martin's starting point is for us to go, that's weird. How do we get back? There was some magical thing which made this the way it is. That magical thing has to somehow be undone. Now, the logical next step in that is to say, well, what kind of big magical thing might that have been? Could this be connected with the great monomyth that we've got going on in this world, which is the thing which is introduced in the prologue to Book 1, the others and the long night? It seems the most obvious thing. So, undoing the magic that the leading candidate we have right now, as far as I'm personally aware, and I will do at some point, I will do a whole series on the others, but the others were created by the Children of the Forest as a way of fighting against humanity, because if you look at what we know of them, they overcome the problems that the Children of the Forest had. They are stronger. The Children of the Forest are quite small and weak. They are stronger than humans. They also use humanity's numbers against them. They kill a human, and then that human gets raised and is used against them. And crucially, they have this Achilles heel, which is that they are vulnerable, to not the weapons that the humans used, but dragonglass, the weapons that the Children of the Forest used. Now, that seems to imply that if the Children of the Forest created them, maybe they lost control of them, something, that magic has to be undone in some way. Incidentally, that on the TV show was sort of what they went for. They didn't really explain it very well, but the logic, if you listen to what they said about this and sort of the behind the or inside the episode or whatever they used to call them, was that the children of the others got created by pushing a dragonglass into the heart of somebody in front of a weirwood tree. That magic gets undone by pushing Valyrian steel into the heart of somebody in front of the weirwood tree. That, as I say, they didn't unpack that huge amounts, but it seems to be the idea was not that Arya killed the Night King on the show. It's that she undid the magic that created the Night King, which then had knock-on effects, and all of his creations then also fell down. So undoing the magic, I think, does seem to be, rather than just defeating them in a big battle, undoing the magic in some way does seem to be the most logical thing that we've got going on. What undoing the magic means is, I've just given you one example there. What undoing the magic means is very vague, but that's the working assumption I think that many people have got. Dreyer Thaxton, thank you very much for your first super chat. Just wanted to say thank you. I'm a retired English teacher and get my literary discussion fix listening to you while I'm in my woodworking shop. This is my first opportunity to listen live. Well, welcome. It's great. I mean, it is a different experience watching or listening live. You've got the chat here of lots of people discussing stuff. So fantastic. And doing woodworking, I love hearing what people are doing while they're listening to these streams or watching the streams. It sounds like a delightful life you have, and thank you. Right, let's go to a question from Rassler saying, "Hey Robert, we're told how hard it is to even reach the Eyrie, with it requiring a ladder or lift to reach the top. So how were the Arryns able to build their fortress? The manpower and time required must have been a colossal effort." Yes. Now, earlier I was sort of bandying around words and phrases, vanity project and things like that. This was, and you can get inspiration for this, and as George R. Martin often did, from the real world. They decided, we want stones from over there, where they want stones, marble from Tarth, and we want this to be glistening white, most beautiful castle in the Seven Kingdom. All of these kind of things, we're going to make it, and we're going to put it right at the top of the mountain. They made it hard for themselves, but how did they manage to do it? With a lot of time and a lot of money. This is the only answer that we've got, which is, is it a boring answer? I don't know. I think it's the right answer. We're told this took generations. This is perhaps hundreds of years from somebody first doodling down a few ideas, or we should build something on top of that, to here's the end product. And what that means is that basically you will have got each successive Lord Arryn will have done their little bit. Maybe the first one carved the stairway up, built the way castles, and just laid some foundations on the top of the mountain, and that was all that they managed to do in 20 years. Maybe the next Lord Arryn created the first tower, building brick by brick, taking it up all the way up, and then getting laid. That's how it was. It took a long time, and the kind of the real world inspiration you can get, things like the pyramids, a lot of Western European cathedrals, took decades. If you go to Barcelona, the cathedral is still being built there. I think they've been building it for 100 years. It's still going to be another few decades before they finish building it. So that's the feel, is that if you're going to build something amazing and beautiful, this will take time and effort. And I think that there's no secret magical thing here. I think they just spent a long time and a lot of money. Luna Cascade, who was the woman who questioned Sansa after Lysa was pushed from the moon door? Why was she so prominent? Lady Waynwood, I'm assuming you're talking about. She is prominent because House Waynwood is one of the most prominent houses in the Vale. She's also, her ward is Harry Harding. Harry the Heir. So that's why she's so significant. She's one of the 7 Lords Declarant who come to challenge Littlefinger, and basically say, for those who missed this bit of plot, Littlefinger pushes Lysa Arryn out of the moon door, blames it on Marillion, the bard, and then basically launches a coup. He's up there in the Eyrie. He says, "Right, I'm now in charge. My job title is protector of the realm, but sort of Lord Protector." Robert Arryn here is technically the Lord, however, he's too young. I'll be basically ruling in his stead, is what he said. And then the Lords of the Vale all go, well, that we're not allowing that. We're going to take, because who are you? You literally only just married Lysa Arryn. There's no blood relative here. You're from a very small sort of family. You should not be ruling. And some of them will have been suspicious of the manner of Lysa Arryn's death as well. So they come and basically say, we want to take Sweet Robin with us. We're going to foster him outside of here. You are not in charge. And Littlefinger manipulates it to the point where they give him a year. He's going to use that year to turn the situation around. That's a high-level plot. Lady Waynwood comes from, if she's one of these seven and she has to be won around by Littlefinger, she is in debt. The family are in debt, and basically Littlefinger buys up their debt. That's how he gets her on side. And also by getting Harry the heir, her ward, and the hint is, and he will inherit. So that's who she is. That's why she's so prominent. Going forward, she's not going to have a huge role after whatever shenanigans we may be having in the Winds of Winter, but sort of going on towards the sort of conclusion of the story, no. Let's go to Gina Z saying, "Hello, Robert. Gulltown seems to have had strategic importance throughout the history of Westeros. Could you provide an overview of its most important moments? Also, what do the events of A Song of Ice and Fire so far look like from Gulltown's point of view?" Okay, so yes, Gulltown is important. It's the only city in the Vale. It's the biggest port. There are other ports in the Vale, most of them around that area, but it is a deep water port, which means that the money coming into the Vale overground, you'd have to take it through the pass through the Mountains of the Moon, which, as we've already established, that's quite hard work. It's shut during the winter anyway, so you can't do it. You've got this risk of getting attacked by the mountain clans. In order to prevent that, you have to hire a whole load of mercenaries to be going with you. It's very expensive, very high risk. The way in and out, if you're going to be a merchant, is through Gulltown, the biggest port. And this is where the riches come. We hear about lots of rich merchant families based in Gulltown. Now, the history of it is, there are plenty of times when we can sort of say they come to prominence. When the Targaryens, for example, I talked about this a little bit earlier, actually. When the Targaryens try to take the Vale, their first thought is to attack Gulltown. Similarly, we then get House Grafton there, the Lords of Gulltown. When Robert's Rebellion happened, they actually sided with the king, not with their liege lords. So the first battle that had to happen was Robert Baratheon had to take Gulltown so that he could actually leave. So the first battle, really, of Robert's Rebellion was Robert Baratheon taking Gulltown. Then he could get on a boat, go back to his own lands, the Stormlands, and rally his army. So it mostly, though, stays out of politics. And that's the key thing about Gulltown, is that you don't get, when you get thing. King's Landing is always the center of everything that's going on. Gulltown is not. It's a trading city. It doesn't want war. It doesn't want lots of uncertainty. It just wants a nice, easy life. So, what do events of A Song of Ice and Fire so far look like from Gulltown's point of view? Well, they'll be concerned about the fact that there's this war ravaging the land, but they will be pleased, I suspect, that the Vale has thus far stayed out of it all. This is what Lysa Arryn did. Sweet Robin under Littlefinger has also kept up that policy. The Vale has not got involved in this war. Therefore, the war has not come to Gulltown. So they will be very happy about that. There are, we touched on this when we're looking at House Corbray. There are some things going on with marrying, I've forgotten his name now, Lord Corbray, Lynn Corbray's older brother. He has just got himself married to basically a rich trader's daughter from Gulltown, because the family may well be storied and famous, but they're also quite poor. So from Gulltown's perspective, they're just happy things aren't going crazy. They're just going to carry on trying to do business as they always have done. Let's go to a question from Sarah A. Hello, Robert. I hope you're well. I am, thank you. Of all the wars in Westeros, none was fought in the Vale, so the Vale of Arryn seems to be one of the safest places for commoners in Westeros, as long as they do not travel. Do you think this relative safety makes a difference in the culture of the commoners? Yes, I guess so. I mean, relative safety, we do have the mountain clans, so if you are sat somewhere, if you're a commoner in somewhere like Gulltown or Runestone or any of the other sort of relatively prosperous parts of the Vale, then yes, I think that probably you have got a lot more of an ability to plan further forward. The Riverlands, every generation, people's farms and livelihoods get destroyed because there's another war, and every war happens in the Riverlands. In the Vale, it doesn't. And so, yes, you would expect that does, and it certainly has. It creates quite a strong economy, and the people themselves seem to take pride in the Vale, not in the same way that the North, everyone's, oh, we're Northerners, and they say they have that very clear pride in being Northerners. There's no, well, we're Valemen, we're amazing feel, a bit of it, but there is this kind of shared culture of we're okay here, we're safe here, this is good, we've got great soldiers, we've got incredibly defendable castle. That's the kind of feel, and that has to trickle down through the population as a whole. Commander Ray, with the Vale looking to enter the fray, I want to get your opinion on how you think the politics are going to swing, not just internally with Littlefinger and the others in the Vale, but also what role they'll play in Game of Thrones. Just an army? Will they play the game, or merely be a quiet faction supporting their chosen ruler? Well, I've quoted it. I won't read it out again this time. The last few of the streams on this, I've done that Littlefinger quote when he explains his plan to Sansa, which is basically when she marries the heir, who will by then be Lord Harry, that's when she reveals her identity as Sansa Stark. Then everybody will be rallying around her, and all of the Vale Lords will want to be fighting on her behalf to claim the North back for her. The feel here in Littlefinger, and one can only assume that he understands the people right, but what he is seeming to expect to happen is that people, when they see Harry the Heir, who is a good-looking guy, he may not be this perfect prince-like figure, but he looks the part. The people, he thinks, will rally behind him. He thinks they will rally behind Sansa when they realize that she's actually there's a lot of sympathy for the Starks in the Vale, particularly from places like House Royce. And once they realize who she is, they will rally behind her and want to support her. That's his feeling. That this natural, that we've talked about it a lot, this natural feel within the Vale of we'll hold on here on ourselves, we don't have to go out fighting, will be overcome by this sense of wanting to support their new lady, Sansa. So how will this play out? Well, in the short term, Littlefinger, he's got this year to try and win over the Lord's Declarant, and he's started doing it. We see immediately Lady Waynwood. He's brought up her debt. She seems to be on side. He's basically hinted strongly to Sansa that 2 more are likely to have accidents over the course of this next year. He's got this whole grain strategy going on, which you could kind of see in the background. He is stockpiling grain, knowing that winter's coming, knowing that the price of grain is going to go hugely up, and then he is going to be in control, and he's going to have a monopoly on it, and that's how he's going to control some other people. And he thinks House Royce, well, they're pretty strong and powerful. He doesn't think he can persuade them, but if everybody else backs down, they're on their own and there's not a lot they can do. And when he reveals Sansa Stark, the Royces will want to support the Starks, so he thinks that he can just pay it. So that's what the short-term picture looks like. Slightly longer term, I think probably we will see him taking the Knights of the Vale north. Probably they're going through from Gulltown up to White Harbour and then up to Winterfell that way with Sansa, so that she can reclaim Winterfell. A lot of this will depend on whether we do get what we're expecting. It sounds like a completely disconnected storyline, but if Melisandre does burn Shireen and cause this great weather shift, then that will allow travel up to Winterfell a whole lot easier. Just as a by the by, while I'm on that, I haven't worked through all of the sort of the echoes, but George R. R. Martin has given a sort of a bit of foreshadow. The year of the false spring was basically, we had winter, and then there was this period of time when suddenly the weather was a lot nicer, and then after that it all went back again. It went back to winter. The icicles off of the Red Keep in King's Landing, really cold weather. And the implication is that happened because of magic. Some magic, hence the Children of the Forest, Bloodraven, they managed to shift the weather patterns in order to allow a period of much more temperate weather, so that the events of the turning at Harrenhal could happen. That is, you could interpret as kind of foreshadowing for what we're expecting may well happen with Melisandre. If Melisandre, she said that her power at the wall, her powers are greater. If she does finally get her hands on Kingsblood, Shireen, then and burns her and tries to cast a weather spell to help Stannis, this will not just be helping Stannis, this will be helping all of Westeros, which will allow the Knights of the Vale to head up into the north. So whereas on the TV show, the burning of Shireen it had a bit of an impact, but it didn't seem to be massive. In the books, if and we're pretty sure it will happen, Shireen gets burned. If this is in order to create better weather, this is creating better weather in a winter that's already really harsh. At Winterfell, the snow is piling deep. 6 of the 7 gates to Winterfell have frozen shut. The way down into the Winterfell crypts was buried under, I think, 30 feet of snow. That's a lot of snow. That's 10 meters ish if you're a metric person. That's a lot of snow. There's even higher snow drifts up against the walls. The winter is bad and basically is stopping movement. This will, if Melisandre casts some weather spell, this will impact all of the story, not just well, it means that Stannis is going to be able to attack Winterfell. Slight digression, but I think it's quite an important point in terms of seeing where the story might be headed. Now with Jay, will Sweet Robin marry Sansa? No, I don't think so. That's certainly not Littlefinger's plan. Littlefinger is in charge of this. So no, the plan is Harry the heir, Harry Harding. I've got one more question from my patrons, so now is a good time to drop any more questions into the chat. I'll try and pick up as many of them as possible. Commander Ray in the chat saying, once they get to Winterfell or even later, will they continue to be a unified front, or will they become fractured as new powerful players enter the field, such as Jon and later Dany and Fagon? Yeah, so they will fracture. This is where, looking slightly further forward, where you will get Littlefinger's plan falling apart. He thinks that he's going to head up to the north, say, aha, da-da, here's Sansa, here's your heir, this is the Stark we can have back in Winterfell. And he's going to arrive there, and then suddenly it's going to be, oh, but Robb has legitimized Jon and named Jon his heir. Here's Jon. He's now the Stark in Winterfell. Oh, you thought Bran was dead? Actually, boom, Bran's here as well. He's not dead. Rickon, you thought was dead. Rickon will be returning. Davos has gone to hunt for Rickon in the books. At some point, Arya may well come back. And so far from Littlefinger arriving here and here is the sole remaining Stark, suddenly we've got a whole load of different Starks. And so this mission that he brought the Knights of the Vale northwards for is going to start crumbling before their eyes. Now, I often talk about the Stark succession crisis. This isn't to say that the Starks themselves will be at each other, but it means that their supporters may well be. So, will they fracture? Well, yeah. I mean, I think the Littlefinger, we know how he works. He will see this as chaos, and he backs himself to use that chaos to advance, to climb the ladder. So although it hasn't gone according to his plan, he will think that he can manipulate events, and some people will be very happy to be there and engage on Team Stark. Other members or parts of the Vale Lords may well think, well, why on earth are we up here in the north? We came here to put Sansa on Winterfell, in power in Winterfell. She's not the heir. There are these other people who are ahead of her in the line of succession. Why are we still here? And they will be wanting to head back home. So there will be splinters, but expect Littlefinger to sort of echo mirror what happened when Ned Stark left his comfort zone of the north and went to King's Landing, and basically he died because he couldn't adapt to how you operate in King's Landing. Littlefinger is used to operating in King's Landing. He's going north, and I think he will die because he cannot adapt to what it means to operate in the north, in Winterfell. Caius Ballerina picking up a question from Andrew Kay. Thank you very much. Does the wealth seem especially consolidated in the Vale? A number of houses there seem susceptible to being bought. Yeah, it does. It really does. There's a lot of houses that, I mean, the Corbrays, the Wainwoods, that it seems like, yes, you're well known, but you don't really have much money. In contrast to that, you don't have that many houses, though, who, like the Lannisters say, you say, well, they're rich, they've got loads of money. Littlefinger's got loads of money, but we don't have the same we would get, like, say, with the Lannisters. They're sitting on a gold mine or anything. The wealth in the Vale of Arryn, actually, from what we can tell, is not being held predominantly. Yes, there are rich noble families, but it's not being held predominantly by the nobles. It's being held by the new merchant middle classes. This is actually what seems to be happening. Is they seem to be moving in the same way that happened in a lot of Western Europe way back at this sort of equivalent period of history. Is that the rich people always used to be the lords, but once you actually have trade going on, once you actually have merchants, a merchant class, they suddenly become very rich, and you get this situation where you get them being rich but not having the established name, and you get established families with established names but not much money, and you start getting marriages between the two of them. So actually, if you want to put it in our modern terms, what we're seeing here in the Vale, more perhaps than anywhere else, I mean, I might come back to that statement once we've dug deep into other parts of the Seven Kingdoms, but more than most other places, we are seeing the start of the beginnings of a more capitalist society, with the concentrations of wealth that, and not just concentrations of wealth, but the expansion of wealth to different classes of people. It's an interesting thing. We're not really shown the details of this. We're told about shown mostly the lords and ladies, but we're told about the money in Gulltown. We're told about the rich merchants. We see the impact of these rich merchants. So seems to be what's going on. Dryer Thaxton saying chivalry seems very important in the Vale, but it makes them vulnerable. Ron takes advantage of it when fighting for Tyrion. Do you think this is something that Littlefinger will exploit? Yeah, definitely, and I think he does exploit this. So when you get the Lord's Declarant, the 7 lords come to protest what he was doing, he plants Lyn Corbray there among them to disrupt things, to suddenly draw his sword and threaten Littlefinger, who is the host. And you call it chivalry, good manners, whatever it is. This is so offensive that the Lord's Declarant, having arrived there, basically demanding that Littlefinger back down from his coup attempt, feel that they no longer have the moral high ground to be able to do that, and just kind of like head away with their tails between their legs. That is Littlefinger making use of their sense of honor and their sense of chivalry, as it were. It's quite clever. It's very manipulative. Cast Ballerina, other than being a reference to the Little Mermaid, is there significance to Ursula claiming to be married to the Merling King? Is this where the webbed hands come from, or possibly an Ironborn king? So the Merling King is basically a god set who is of the Narrow Sea. Now, the sister men do worship Merling King, as well as a few other gods, not the Faith of the Seven or anything like that. Is this where the webbed hands come from? I mean, this is one of these things where George R. R. Martin kind of like plays with this idea that maybe we get these hints of like, oh, they're the kind of deep ones, these kind of Lovecraftian ancient creatures from the deep. We only ever really get these kind of hints. It's if you've ever read Shadow over Innsmouth, then that's the kind of feel you get. You get these people who never move from their hometown, and they have their physical look is quite fishy, and that's the kind of feel that we get with the system end, the webbed fingers. Now, it might just simply be that's just a sort of a little genetic thing, that because they've just been keeping themselves, they don't marry people outside of the sisters, that this is just carried on from generation to generation. Or maybe it's George R. R. Martin hinting at something deeper going on. Again, I think this is just him giving us the chance to speculate on these things, but he will never confirm one way or the other. Last question. Carl Carstark just picking up that, saying she also has auburn hair like Ariel from Little Mermaid. Good spot. Magma Frost. Last question from my patrons. So after this, I will go back into the chat. Magma Frost, slightly disconnected to the Vale, but very happy to answer this one. What happens to a Maester's chain when they die, especially those with a Valyrian steel link, which are in limited supply? Does the Citadel make an effort to reclaim it? Are there black market Valyrian steel links floating around Westeros? I think this is a fantastic question, because when we're not told, George R. R. Martin doesn't give us this sort of detailed description of what happens when a Maester dies. But when you think about it, Maester's chain is very valuable. Now, each link of the Maester's chain is representative of them having basically passed a course in the Citadel on a certain subject. So they've reached a certain standard of expertise in a subject, and once they've done that to the relevant Archmaester's satisfaction, then they get a link in their chain, and each link, it's different metal depending on what it is that they've learned. Now, in terms of Valyrian steel, that is for the higher mysteries, magic, basically. The Maesters do not wish to encourage people to be learning magic. Only 1 in 100 Maesters has got a Valyrian steel link. So it's not as if the world, Westeros, is filled with Maesters with bits of Valyrian steel in their chain. This is really just like the handful, probably, who are attached to the great houses. So Maester Lewin up at Winterfell, he did. But most others didn't. But there are other valuable metals in there. So we know platinum, gold, you get there, and other silver as well. These chains, so the chain will not just be looking like normal link. Each link will look slightly different and will have a different metal, and it will therefore be valuable, particularly the Valyrian steel one, but also imagine a gold link in a chain. That would also cost a reasonable amount. The assumption we have is that in normal times, yes, that chain then goes back to Old Town. The Maester is replaced, a new Maester comes along, and somewhere along the line that chain gets its way back to Old Town. That's the implication we have. We've not seen that happen, but you would think that, yes, certainly in times of war, if a Maester dies or is killed, what happens to his chain? And the good Maester Lewin is a great example of this. We're not told. We last see him. He's dying in front of the weirwood tree in the Godswood in Winterfell. We're not told about his chain there. There's no reference to it, but there was then no mechanism for how that could theoretically get back to the Citadel. So anyone who came across his body would discover an incredibly wealthy, incredibly rare set of metals that they could take and they could sell, and they would become hugely rich themselves. Did that get confiscated by the Boltons, perhaps? Maybe Osha, who helped him end his life. Maybe she took it, realizing what value it would have. We do not know. But this isn't a gift to a house. If your maester dies, you do not suddenly get all of the wealth there from having a Valyrian steel link and a gold link and things like that. That's not how it works. They are on loan from the Citadel. Right, let's have a quick flick through the chat. Andrew K saying, I suspect the Citadel has a large cache of precious metal links, including Valyrian steel. The High Towers would have seen to that. Yes, the clear implication is that there is a lot of Valyrian steel hidden in Old Town. And the other clear implication is that they know how to be manipulating Valyrian steel because they turn it into chains. Now, probably they got that from Valyria back in the day. Northern Tommy saying brigands probably stripped the body, or Osha took it and passed it on to Rickon later. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Carl Karsnak saying there could be freshwater mermaids. Yep. Northern Tommy saying not big on H.P. Lovecraft, but True Detective Season 1 is a masterpiece and wouldn't have existed without HP's horror basis. I've still not seen True Detective Season 1. I know it's supposed to be amazing. I will, at some point, I will get to it. Andrew K saying it makes sense that the slights from the Vale nobility towards the rich merchants, including the Gulltown Arryns. Yes, that's exactly how these things seem to be working. Carl Karsnak saying, I saw a video that made a good case for Cat Stark being a mermaid because House Tully has a fish or a trout sigil, making her a fish woman, a catfish woman, as it were. Yeah, that's quite interesting. I've not seen that video, but that sounds like quite a fun theory. Okay, and I think with that, let's just talk very briefly about what's coming up on this channel. Couple of A Song of Ice and Fire videos I've got coming up. One is What Happened to Benjen Stark, which is a video I did years ago, but I've redone it. I've had another think. That's coming out either tomorrow or next week. And either tomorrow or next week, the other one will be Varys, a character study. I think the time has come to look at Varys. What actually does he want? What's he trying to achieve? This is going to be 2 or 3 different videos, I think, having started on this one. This is one I'm co-doing with History of Westeros. So we've already looked at, we did a video a little bit ago about is Varys manipulating Sir Barristan? Which is quite intriguing. The answer is yes. Now it's the who is he and what does he actually want. I'm definitely going to be doing a video of what did he hear in the flames, and then finally, what is the Varys and Illyrio master plan? What is it that they're actually doing here with Fagon and things like that? Does the plan keep on changing, or is it just so high level and nuanced that it just appears to people that this keeps on changing? So a short series of videos about Varys, the next one of them coming, as I say, it's either tomorrow or next week. I can't remember which way around I put those videos. But House of the Dragon, obviously, we're building up towards that, so expect some House of the Dragon videos coming soon as well. A few quick thank yous. Moderators, thank you. You do amazing work. I hugely appreciate it. And patrons, thank you. I said thank you a little bit earlier, but I can't say thank you enough to my patrons who do amazing things. We will be back next week with a Lord of the Rings live stream. If you're a $10 or more patron, do check out Patreon. Over the course of the next day, I'll be asking you what we should be covering. And I think that's it. Thanks, everyone. I've really enjoyed this one. Really good questions. Take care, and I will see you again next week.